I'm not a government employee.
That's why I got out of that sign.
Got it before, left again. I'm not a government employee.
That's why I got out of that sign.
Got it before, left again. I'm not a government employee.
That's why I got out of that sign.
Got it before, left again. I'm not a government employee.
That's why I got out of that sign.
Got it before, left again. I'm not a government employee.
That's why I got out.
I'm not a government employee.
That's why I got out.
I'm not a government employee. Only zoom in, you know, as this keeps happening.
The county, I don't know if you heard, they were allowing the secret selling for 2 minutes. I don't know the rationale behind it, but I know that there was a lot of pushback on it, and so they decided to go back to 3 minutes. If there was a lot of public.
Jim, how far did that reach?
As far as I need.
That's a serious one.
It is.
Got the recording going on audio.
And it works really well for a multitude of things.
Yeah, that's why your laundry bag is full.
I'm telling you. That's a sexy tune.
Hello. Hello.
Recording in progress.
All right, this time we're going to call, no? Thank you. This time we're going to call the meeting of February 22nd, 2022 to order. City Attorney, is there anything you want to discuss before we move to closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only to say that if the City Council so moves, it will go into closed session to discuss the agendized closed session items. That would be number 1, public employee evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. Position is City Clerk. Number 2, public employee evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. The position is City Manager. And then number 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54566.9B, 2 potential cases. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion to move to closed session?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a motion and a second?
Second.
Motion second. We don't have anybody on Zoom. Do we need to do a roll call at this point? We'll do a roll call just in case.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yes.
Councilmember Morales? Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0. 1.
If you're okay with that.
No,
putting it into this new agreement that the city will delay the requirement for the SNA for departments to phase 3 and for the small lot stuff for the prior to building permits for the phase 2. But the trigger that they're asking for, what the staff is asking for, is we need to make sure that they're pulling building permits on the affordable. Not the apartments, but the ones in phase 2. My concern is that this First Amendment specifically took out any kind of trigger. The original, I think, the original one limited to quickly took out 50 affordable permits after the first 75, whatever. That got taken out. It's like one of the items is that there's no more requirement, for the time. So, oh God, no, it was 2012. That probably none of us were here.
Well, you better be careful. Is there anything?
Yeah, let's read it.
Chris, why don't you get in there? Get in there with your people.
An MOU with the county for Santana Ranch renovation, and Michael Grzan asked our team to do it, and our team said, the city attorney. Michael Grzan went to the city of Bristol, works in, I don't know, public works department. Yeah, so he knows all the stuff that he wants. I think what we need to do is we need to have him like give you the list of items that he wants in there, and then you can draft it up. But my problem is I can't get him to do it. So okay. With the county, because there's a basin that brings a development in the county, the base is in the county, and it's to be maintained and operated by the county. But the funding goes to the city. So the MOU would be about survey impact fees that they're to pay us, as well as that the city would have the right to inspect and tell the county to make improvements. Yeah. So I'll try and coordinate that with Michael. I'll just loop you in, but now you know what it means. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Stay with that.
This time we are going to resume the meeting of February 22nd, 2022. Councilmember Burns, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call.
Councilmember Resendez?
Present.
Councilmember Morales?
Here.
Councilmember Burns?
Here.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Here.
Mayor Velazquez?
Here.
City Manager Miller?
Here.
City Attorney Epperson?
Here.
Chief of Police Reynoso?
Here.
Thank you. The agenda posting. The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of February 22nd, 2022 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on February 16th, 2022 at 3:05 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, will you please report out from closed session?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council discussed in closed session those items as they appear on the agenda, which I read into the record before closed session began. Direction was given to staff. There was no other reportable action. And the City Council recessed from closed session at 6:34 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Before we move on with the meeting, I want to welcome Boy Scout Troop 455. Thank you guys for coming out. Stand up. Let's see you guys stand up so everybody can see you. So everybody knows all the great work you guys do in our community, and all the parents and everybody else involved in the organization. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, guys. We're now going to move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull? I'm sorry?
A2.
A2? Is there any from the public?
I have none, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll move to adopt consent agenda as given to us by staff, other than item A2.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We'll now move to item A2.
I have a correction on page 17 for the minutes of 2/17/2022. The word, instead of responsible, it's irresponsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker.
Is there a motion?
Mia Casey want to speak on that?
We have a raise? Let's just make sure.
Mia, did you want to speak? Go ahead and speak on this item.
Your microphone is off.
No, sorry. That was a mistake.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We're now going to move to public input. This is a time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Ann Hall.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ann Hall, and I live at 461 Fifth Street. I'm usually here speaking to you on behalf of clients, but I'm actually here on my own behalf tonight. And as I mentioned, I live on Fifth Street. I live on the block between West and Monterey, right across from the library. There's very few residences on their street. There's 2 homes and 2 apartment complexes. And in 1999, which I know is getting to be quite a while ago, I was on a downtown parking committee that the city had formed with local businesses, local residents, and I believe it was Jeff Miller was the chief of police at the time. And put together recommendations that they brought back to the city council, which was passed as resolution 2001-16, which gave directions on how to farm a residential parking permit or residential parking area. And it was also for downtown businesses. And we went ahead and did it, our block, our apartments and myself. And we actually had stickers. The police department issued stickers for a while. I still have one on my truck. We would have to go in every year, show proof of residency that we actually lived there. And then we were exempt from the ticketing that happens on that block. I understand why. There's the courthouse across the street. There's a library. You want to have turnover in parking. But in particular, the apartments, those are permitted apartments, but they have no off-street parking. So the people who live there don't have any other choice but to park in the street. And so the residential parking was great for us. And over time, we didn't continue to get stickers, but the CSO officer knew who lived there and didn't ticket us. It's been a while. The most current CSO officer came in recently, and it has been ticketing. And when we said, hey, there's a residential parking program, he was unaware of it. And if he's new to, I mean, that's not on him. He's new to the job and he's enforcing what he knows in front of him. So I went ahead and I found the ordinance. I sent it in to the police and they suggested I come here. They had some concerns. They said it's an older ordinance. It needs to be updated. And I'm fine with that. If it needs to be updated, if they need a fresh list of residents, all these things are fine. But just tell me what to do and we will get that taken care of. That was really it. We would like to either have that agendized for discussion or give direction to have the residential parking program allowed to continue. Like I said, there is an ordinance I can reference, and we'd be happy to assist in the whatever we can do to help get that updated. And then on one side note, I got a ticket. I tried to do it online to pay it, and it's not recognizing the number. I've been trying for like a week now, so I don't know if I can get that fixed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mia Casey?
Good evening, this is Mia Casey. I'm a resident of Hollister. You know, I retired several years ago and I moved back to Hollister to care for a new grandchild. You know, it was shocking to return after being gone 10 years to find that the same problems were plaguing Hollister. Too many new houses, infrastructure issues, and little new business or jobs. I wanted to get involved and give back, so I started to speak out on local issues. I support local business, especially new commercial projects like Betabel and Strada Verde. I'm not paid by either of them. I support them because of what they can do to better our community. Because my viewpoints on these projects differ from theirs, I have become a target and been repeatedly attacked on a personal level by the mayor and Councilmember Resendez.
Hang on a second. We're going to stop right there. As we talked about in the past, public input is about the time to bring issues that we as a council together could work on and help solve, as you just heard a resident talk about. What we don't want public input to become again is what happens every election year, where it becomes an opportunity to make comments about different council people or different things happen in the past. It really hurt in the past to see this happen every election year. If you have an issue, and you started your conversation by explaining your views, and that's perfectly fine. And if there's an issue with the city, that's what we want to hear. But what we don't want to do is get back to the point of saying this council member or that council member did this, because then it goes back and forth, and then we have this whole thing start again. So please, if you have something we can work on as a council, we are absolutely here to listen to you on it. But we definitely don't want to go back to singling out council members. And as I said in the past, every election year this would happen, and we don't need to go back there. So if you have something we can talk about other than council members or other things, we'd be happy to hear it.
Well, Mayor, this had to do with a meeting that I attended on February 7th. I'll skip the attacks if that's what you'd like, but I will say that you both violated code section 2.04, .020.2, conduct of elected officials with the public
Okay,
during
we're
public
going,
meetings.
we're going right back to it, and this is what I'm trying to point out,
If you
because,
violated the code of conduct, I
Hang on a
have a
second,
right to
ma'am.
bring that before this council.
I know, hang on a second. This is what I'm talking about happened in the past. People would make accusations, claim something was wrong, make it seem like it really was wrong, but in the reality, it's something else. So please, if you have an item we can talk about as a council together to help our residents, we're happy to do that. But this
So you
cannot
don't-
be, this cannot be
You
a
don't
forum
honor
for
the
elections.
code of conduct then? That is not part of what you discuss, or you don't care about it? Is that what you're
We
saying?
do, ma'am, but again, this is not what the issue is. So if you have something else to talk about, we'd be
Again.
happy to hear it.
So maybe we can give some
Hang on.
clarification.
Councilmember Perez. Do you have another issue?
Not if I'm not allowed to speak about this.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do you have another speaker card?
Robin Pollard?
Good evening, Robin Pollard. I'm back about Park Hill. I I understand that with the buildings being demolished, a lot of people are coming and asking me what's going to happen up there, and so I'm hoping that in the new master plan that public property can become parkland and expand the hill, because people love the view up there. And it's 20 years ago, a city council gave me permission to start that the community garden up there. And if we could change that designation in the 2040 master plan, it'd be really great. It would increase our parkland per 1,000 people numbers, and it's a really great spot. And a lot of people are asking me about, actually I say 3 people have asked me about starting a petition to get that that land changed so that it is parkland. So I guess I'm asking tonight is, would it be to our benefit to do that, to go through all of that and go out in the community and collect signatures? Or could we simply ask you to make it parkland? And if you do have a meeting on it, if it does get agendized, and we do rally a bunch of people to come down here, can it not be at 10 o'clock, the last item? Perhaps it could be near the beginning of the meetings, and that way I can get more people to show up to show their support. When you tell them they have to wait 4 hours, they kind of lose interest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Logue?
Hi, yeah, this is Susan Logue with the Friends of the Library and Hollister resident. So nice to see you all together there. I haven't attended a Zoom meeting where I've seen all 5 of you, so there you are. That's the good news. I just wanted to share with you that the library continues to do lots of programs and Wi-Fi services. So if anyone has a library card, they just need to go to the library and on their computer and put in their library card number, and they will have access to all sorts of books and programs and audio tapes and movies. And then in addition, the Friends of the Library, we're having a fundraiser on March 20th, and that will be at Ridgemark from 12:30 to 3:30 on that Sunday, March 20th. So if anyone would like to support the library, we are a nonprofit, so all our proceeds go to the library. Please let us know. You can contact us at www.sbcfriends.org, or you can call us at 205-1373. Okay, thanks. Hope to see you there.
Thank you.
Brandy Logue?
We are distantly related, actually. Hi, my name is Randy Logue. I reside at 490 Vista Park Hill Court. Been to a lot of school board meetings. This is my first city council meeting, so I'm a little nervous. it's a unique situation. If you've never been up there, you go up Hill Street and then the old planning buildings and the ones that were demolished, you take a right-hand turn and that's Vista Park Hill Court, and you'd never know if you don't go all the way down there, but there's 3 houses in a cul-de-sac down at the bottom of that court, and then one older home that was up there at the top. So that area up there is like the entrance to our neighborhood. And I first met Robin 20 years ago, probably when we first moved up there 21 years ago. I've had a plot at the community garden. I've seen it grow. I wanted to thank you guys because I've, written letters and complained to the council many times about things up there, but you've fixed up the park, the new bathrooms are in place, you fixed the sprinklers at the park, tore down those old buildings, especially the one that had caught fire and was, an attractive nuisance in essence for vandalism and people to live in. Some of the people that were camping out in the hole at the bottom of the backside of the hill have been cleaned out. So we really appreciate the things that have gone on to improve the aesthetic appearance up there. And to change it to parkland would just be kind of like, to me, the jewel on the crown. Rob and his group have worked so hard to improve that area up there. I pick up trash on a regular basis, trying to, again, it's the entrance to our neighborhood. And to get that designation, to make that into a area, into a park, I just think it would benefit the whole community. Obviously, selfishly, would benefit us as homeowners, right? Because our neighborhood is going to be nicer and better to look at, and kids, a better place for the kids and things like that. But we do appreciate all the work you've done up there. We want to thank you for that, but just would really seriously consider that designation because I think it would be kind of the crowning achievement to that whole area. So thank you.
Thank you.
Elias Salinas?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm a little astounded that not one council member spoke out on behalf of allowing Mia Casey to say whatever she has to say. When we speak for 3 minutes on the public hearing, it's irrelevant whether it's a criticism or whether it's praise for a single or the entire council members. In 2017, the city council approved a code of conduct. In 2021, you reworded it, you added some new things, and you have it, and you have council members that are violating the code of conduct. And a major code of conduct was presented tonight by censoring Mia Casey. Council members, especially, Councilman Burns, it was your idea to come back and bring up the code of conduct.
We're gonna stop right there again. And this is again what I'm talking about before is, in the past we had these issues of accusations of council members and different things, and whether they were true, a lot of times they were not true. But this is not what this time is for. This is about bringing up issues for this council to help our community. You've heard several examples tonight. We don't want to go back to a situation where this becomes a election campaigning office and accusations being thrown around one way or the other. We don't need to work that way as a community. What we need to hear is what we can do together as a community. If there's issues with a council member you have in particular, feel free to go campaign against them or whoever outside of these chambers, but these chambers are not for campaigning or throwing accusations, whether you believe they're true, they could be false. And this is, again, an issue we had in the past. So please, if you have a comment directed at the entire council, that is permissible. But once we start singling out council members, I will stop that conversation. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, I am allowed to speak for 3 minutes and you're
still have the
censoring
time.
me.
Go ahead.
Okay. I mentioned that Councilman Burns brought back the code of conduct last year. That is a true statement, and he will acknowledge it. What I'm saying, and I'm asking the entire council, is that you have legal counsel at the end of the table over there, and you need to reach out to him and have clarification that you cannot stop any public comment, whether you like it or not. This does not have anything to do with election year. I don't know where you've come up with that, but this has nothing to do. This is your actions, the actions of council members that stated something, calling out public members, claiming that they're developers. They're not developers, and you continually break your code of conduct. I am asking for the council to do something, put some teeth into it against those members of the council that continue to violate the code of conduct.
Is there another speaker?
Rob Rodriguez.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm going to piggyback off Robin and Coach Logue. I've lived in Hollister my whole life. I lived just down the street from Park Hill, so as a kid, I loved to play up there. And I think it would be a great opportunity to transfer that land from city to park so that we could apply for grants in partnership with the city and be able to improve that park in ways that we've heard community members want, in things like a basketball court, or I heard tonight a pump track, some cool things that for our youth and adults that are into those kind of things to stay physically active. And it's so beautiful up there. I don't know if any of you have been up there since they tore down the old buildings, but the view has increased tenfold. The open air is amazing every day. So I encourage you to go and enjoy it. And then please consider if you can, if it's in the process. I know in the 2040 planning for the general plan that these are increasing parkland. Our acreage, was something that you guys said that was important to the council, and I think it's important to our city. I think it would be an awesome sister park to Dunn Park. It's another big, beautiful park, and it's just down the street. And so, I think it's again a perfect opportunity to do something really good for your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item D1, City Manager's Report.
Nothing to report at this time.
We'll move to item D2, Training.
Yeah, thank you. Seeing as we are still without Administrative Services Director, I actually attended the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers training just this last week. And then I'll let the chief go next.
Go ahead, Chief.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, myself and Captain Olson also attended the California Police Chiefs Association Symposium in Sacramento last week. Received training and attended the expo there with equipment and equipment for police departments throughout the state.
Thank you, sir. We will now move to item E1.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, before you, item E1 is Ordinance 1207. Ordinance of the City of Hollister amending Chapter 8.28 Noise Ordinance Restrictions on Noise Levels in Residential and adding Section 8.28.025 Downtown Mixed Use District Noise Standards. This ordinance will amend the established noise ordinance and include decibel levels and time restrictions to the noise being generated and add a new section of 8.28025 concerning the downtown mixed-use district noise level. This would be the first reading and introduction of the ordinance with the changes requested from the previous city council meeting, adding the fine language and the third offense being for every offense thereafter for that calendar year. I've also added an attachment to the item outlining in red the changes that were made to the previous section and including the additional underlined red the new parts of the ordinance. I also included another exception. There was an exception for a barking dog. Realizing that there was an existing ordinance for commercial construction and commercial landscaping, we added that exception too, because that's handled under a different section in the ordinance. Staff recommends read by title only, waive full reading, hold public hearing, and introduce an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending Chapter 8.28 noise by adding Section 8.28025 downtown mixed use district noise standards.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? This time we'll open public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Jennifer Coyle?
Thank you. I have handouts, so do I give them
To the city clerk.
distribute, or?
City clerk after you're done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the updated noise ordinance, which is much clearer than the version presented 2 weeks ago. I just want to confirm the enforcement process of the noise restrictions in the current Hollister Municipal Code Section 17.16100 and in the future amendment to Chapter 8.28 regarding residential and downtown mixed-use districts. As I understand it, the enforcement process for Chapter 828 is for a citizen to report a complaint to the police department. But for commercial construction noise adjacent to residential properties, I've been told to contact the building department, although they are likely to be closed when violations occur, such as making noise before 7 a.m. weekdays, 8 a.m. on Saturday, and any time on federal holidays. So 2 years ago, in February 2020, we're in 22 now, I prepared this notice and I put it on telephone poles and distributed it to the 60 houses affected by the Villa de Pinars development on Cushman and the construction behind the former Kmart site that affects the homes on Slate Avenue. For contacts of who to call when construction noise happens before the allowed times, I listed the contractor, Hollister Planning Director, the City Attorney, and Mayor Velasquez. I did not put your phone number. I thought you deserved some peace at 6:45 on a Saturday, but I did put your email. I would like to update this flyer and distribute it again to my 60 neighbors' houses. So please tell me tonight who is the proper contact or phone number for violations, and if the complainant should record the noise on their cell phone because the enforcing agent likely can't arrive in time. I hope it is not the police department that we should report to. Those scarce resources, in my professional opinion, would be best used to address other problems in our community.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. This time we will close public hearing. Take it back to Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the speaker that just spoke, I absolutely love talking to the public. Anytime, I'd be happy for them to give me a call or reach out to me in any means, no matter the time. If I'm awake, then typically, if I get a question like that, I will defer it to the city manager, and we'll have a response for them immediately. I just want to say great work. I really appreciate all the hard work that you and the contractors put into this ordinance. I appreciate the fact that you went back and highlighted everything in red or you did that. It just really helps to draw my eye to it. I think the one thing that was a little bit concerning, and I spoke to the city manager about it, and maybe you can just touch up on it, is it says that you can get a misdemeanor, and I just, for all transparency purposes, I want to know, and if you can explain to the public, what leads up to that, or why do we have such language in that in an ordinance such as this? I think that's probably important to explain. Other than that, I really appreciate all the work. Good job.
Sure. I think that language is indicative throughout all the ordinances, and it just gives the option for the city. You want to handle everything as an infraction, but it gives the option for the city to move it up a little bit more severe when it's appropriate at that point. When you have people that are refusing to comply, it gives you another option to move it forward. And if I may add to answer the question, I appreciate her not wanting to call the police, but we're probably going to be the only ones open. So if this ordinance is in the books, so if that is happening, great for the neighbors to record it, because there's a timestamp on that, and that is evidence. And our officers should reach out and contact them at that point. It should be referred to the planning department because they're the ones that issue the permits and a reminder, and there's also consequences that could happen at that end. But code enforcement or police, but if we're the only ones open at 7 a.m. or when it's happening, I know you don't want to, but that's the appropriate person to call.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So Chief, forgive me, I do have just a couple questions, and I want to start with Mr. Epperson. In the beginning of the ordinance, it subscribes to, in the language, it defines the violator as a person, but I'm wondering, in other ordinances I've seen also, in addition to person, it may also say firm or corporation, and I'm wondering if that would be a good addition, knowing that sometimes it isn't a person. What happens if it is a short-term rental, or it's a commercial property? I know the chief has spoken about some exceptions, that there are other ordinances to apply, but what I'm not clear on, for example, what if you have a house next to you and you have an AC unit that is just howling all night long? And, hopefully my first hope would be people would talk to one another and try and resolve it, but at some point, you may have to get code enforcement or the police department or the building department or the planning department involved to resolve that. And so, again, I don't know, maybe I'm being overly cautious, but I'm wondering if that might not be something that would be an addition to the ordinance that would make it more comprehensive.
Councilmember Burns, regarding the first issue, the definition of person, technically, for better or worse, a corporation would be a person, and so it's probably covered within that. It's not that we couldn't add it for clarification, however, because if you had this question, more than likely someone else is going to in the future as well. Regarding the air conditioner question, or that sort of thing, I don't know how loud those things normally run and whether or not it would violate any of these terms if it's not running in proper shape. If it is, however, that would be a noise emanating from that residence that violates our code, and they could be issued a citation and instructed to correct that.
Thank you. I'll trust in your judgment whether or not. I just wanted to bring that forward. Also, Chief, I wanted to confirm that we have access to noise meters through the PD or through code enforcement, and that we have people that have been appropriately trained, certified in their use, so that that doesn't become a training issue once we roll this out.
Yes, we do have decibel meters. They're very inexpensive and readily available. There's also applications that people could put on their phones. Those, I think that there's so many variables as far as the make, the speaker, the phones to be reliable. So our intent is to issue decibel meters to all the officers so that they each have one, and they're very inexpensive items.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Also wanted to, in reading the ordinance, it talks about a person's ability to remain anonymous, and I know that's an important element, but I also noticed that it talks about when the noise meter reading is going to occur, it's going to be taken from the complaining property or the complaining party's property line, and I'm wondering how you maintain anonymity when the police are at my property line measuring, and so that may be a procedural thing. I just want to bring it to your attention because I don't know how you do one without compromising the other.
I believe the property line is of the offending property,
Okay.
where their property and or the direction of that. So it could be the next door neighbor. It could be the neighbor 2 doors down. If that noise is loud enough from the property line, from the sidewalk, and it meets the criteria of the decibel meter, then technically they're in violation.
Okay, I apparently read that incorrectly. Thank you. Do we have a process, Mr. Miller, in place in the event? My preference would be obviously to go down the infraction route and preferably to use administrative citations. And so other places where I work, like for example the city of Visalia, administrative citations were widely used by all members of the PD, all members of the fire department, all members, and pretty much anybody that you as a city manager deem capable of enforcing the municipal code, they can write these. And one of the challenges that we faced there was we really didn't think it on a grander scale, because usually when you give somebody a ticket, they're going to pay it. And is our finance department set up to receive these payments? And do we actually have a citation? I know traditionally code enforcement, when they issue a citation, is usually a letter in a letter format. And I will tell you that, again, my experience in Visalia was we actually created a citation, and because it was an administrative citation, unlike a criminal or a traffic citation, it doesn't require a board of judges to approve it. You pretty much do what you want, and it was very helpful, because to not only give somebody a fine, but to give them the ticket in person has an impact, versus, well, I'm going to send you a letter and you're going to have to pay us some money. It often gets lost in the mail. And so again, if we don't have a process in place, I would encourage us to move forward, because I am 110% supportive of what the chief has proposed here. And I just want to make sure that we have the capability to actually put it into action.
Okay, correct. So yeah, just to kind of follow up on, so police, fire, and code enforcement can issue administrative fines. Most of them are done through code enforcement with a letter, but I am correct that you have administrative books on the officers carry them around with them, so they can give those citations right then and there.
Okay.
And then finance is definitely ready to accept payments, and they reconcile them with they all kind of funnel back into through code enforcement, and then they reconcile them.
Okay, and I would presume that on the citation form, the process for payment is clearly defined on the citation to go to finance to pay it.
Correct.
And then I would hope that as we receive these, and the goal isn't to write tickets to generate income, but if we're going to write a ticket, I want to be the recipient of the income. I don't want it to go off to the state and the county
Correct,
and all
correct.
the other levels and layers. And so I think this may lead to other opportunities in the future where we could, for example, you could actually write an administrative ticket for somebody speeding if you wanted to. And so I think there's a bigger conversation to be had at another place at another time. I just want to ensure that
Correct.
the process is in place, and if
Yep.
I'm hearing you,
The process
it
is in
we're good to
place.
go.
Yep, we are ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales?
Jennifer, I just wanted to thank you so much for being so thoughtful and doing your due diligence in terms of the ordinance and improving the quality of life for our residents in District 3. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I'm in total support of this, and would also like to thank all the staff for doing all the work. I know it's going to make things better for our community. My only question is, so when a car is going down the street, you can pull them over and do the same thing, correct?
Yes, there are vehicle code on the book, vehicle code laws in the books right now for depending on the music or depending on the loud exhaust or depending on what kind of noise it is. Yes.
No, cool, awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Is there a motion?
So moved.
You have to read by title only.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm more than happy to do that. All right. I move to approve ordinance number 1207 and read by title only, waive full reading, hold public hearing, and introduce an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending Chapter 8.28 noise by adding Section 8.28.025 downtown mixed use distance noise standards.
We're going to go back to, I think it's 1206. I believe you said one.
It's 1207. That is correct.
That's correct. F1 is 6.
I'm seeing,
The next one will be 6.
I'm sorry, sir?
We're in
next item will
E1.
be
It should be
1206.
12.
Oh, I'm up. Okay, that's why I'm like, what the heck?
We're on E1.
Okay,
It should be
gotcha.
1207.
Perfect. All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We'll move now to item F1.
This is the second reading of Ordinance 1206 in regards to redistricting. Redistricting occurs every 10 years after each U.S. Census. Federal, state, and local laws require the city to revise council districts after each census. I could go over all of the times we've met, but I will definitely have those there in my staff report. We're just recommending today that City Council read by title only, waive full reading, and adopt ordinance number 1206 with map plan number 4, and ordinance adjusting council district boundaries in accordance with results of the 2020 federal decennial census per California State Law AB 1276 and amending Municipal Code Chapter 2.04.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards? Do you have a comment? Go ahead, ma'am.
So in previous council meetings, I voted no, and I just wanted to restate the reason. So the redistricting, we asked for input. We received one email by one of my residents in District 3, which had really thoughtful analysis on why plan number 1 would work best for the city. Some of the comments that were made here on the dais were a consideration for future growth. Our general plan and recommendations for future housing would be over 5,000, and that does not just will not happen in one area, District 4. That will happen in a variety of the various districts. I think other maps had moved some of the council member to move to other districts, so they would have to run against an incumbent. So this is why I'm voting no, because I believe that the map number 1 is a reflection of what the community is in terms of the representation of the purpose of the redistricting process. So that's why I'm voting no.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Alia Salinas?
Thank you. I completely agree with Councilmember Morales. Future development is not supposed to be included. It may be considered because it's already in the process. But what you guys have done is you've approved a map for something that doesn't exist yet. Anything can happen where those houses do not get developed, where people don't move in. The wording of your resolution stated that it is based on the 2020 census. Map 4 is not based on the 2020 census. You're using what you feel may be the future residential, and that is not fair, and it is not right for you to do that to the citizens of Hollister, who will not get representation. And if there should be a runoff between any council members because of the redistricting, so be it. That is the right way to do it. What you've done right now and you're creating today is something that can come back and it can bite you and it can cause a lawsuit. So you need to be very aware of that. You need to conclude, and it's based on the 2020 census. Your map you're choosing is not. You've made up excuses and try to finagle your way, and you have a counsel, you have an attorney at the end of the table, and you need to really, really take a look at this, whether this is actually the right thing to do for the city of Hollister. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? I do want to say one short little comment here. This process was very thorough. We really worked hard to get public input. At the end of the day, it was us council members here with no audience. We had one comment in the end. We tried really hard. The work that we did here was very fair, met all the laws that are supposed to be met, makes the most sense because it does account for a lot of these different issues. We're seeing probably over 100 new homes being moved into now just in that area that we're talking about, the change. So it absolutely made sense. and it was a good project. And I want to thank the council members for working hard on this process, and most importantly, keeping it fair and keeping politics out of this. This is not, again, a place where we bring in the politics. We do what's right, and we do it so it benefits the entire community, not just certain industries or certain groups. So I want to thank again everybody. Thank you very much. With that, Councilmember Resendez.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move that we read by title only, waive full reading, and adopt ordinance number 1206 with map plan number 4, an ordinance adjusting council district boundaries in accordance with the results of the 2020 federal decennial census per California State Law AB 1276 and amending Municipal Code Chapter 2.04.
Thank you, sir. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Against?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2. We're going to now move to item F2.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Bob Martin Del Campo, Fire Chief, Hollister Fire. F2 is a request for the Hollister Fire Department to apply for the Department of Forestry Fire Protection California Climate Investment Fire Prevention's Grant Program. And what this entails is CAL FIRE's grant program providing funding to local jurisdictions, much like ours, to have mitigation efforts for minimizing a threat to public safety with the overgrowth of vegetation and the drought. What it addresses is hazardous fuels reduction, wildfire prevention planning, and wildfire prevention education. Some of the affected areas is going to be the west end of San Benito County's area. It's a pretty decent configuration on the way ahead, especially with an environment like ours. We're considered WUI, which means Wildland Urban Interface, and not a lot of jurisdictions are like ours. This is extremely unique, and we're making all of the efforts possible by utilizing state funding to do the prevention on this. And that concludes my report on F2.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I do have a couple follow-up questions,
go ahead,
please.
sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Chief, just a couple questions, please indulge me. I read the grant, and it appears that all the effort from the grant, if we receive it, will be, I think it says, considering it states a focused area within unincorporated area of San Benito County.
Yes.
So I've heard what you've said. I guess one of my questions would be, why are we applying for it through the city of Hollister as opposed to the county of San Benito, recognizing that the monies are going to be spent in San Benito County? And I recognize we're the main city, but we provide fire service, and so I would have thought this would be probably a more appropriate conversation for the Board of Supervisors.
Correct. So what this was is because we have and maintain the contract, the fire protection contract, it states in there that we have to pursue funding sources like the grants through the federal government or the state government in order to provide fire protection throughout the San Benito County community. So we are the sole source for pursuing these grants. The San Benito OES wouldn't be able to do it because they don't have the agency having jurisdiction, and we are in the contract by obligation deemed to do this. But good question. I'm glad you brought that up.
Chief, in follow-up to that, if we're awarded this grant, I understand what it's proposed to do, but is that stuff that fire personnel would do, or would we hire contractors to do that type of work?
It could go two ways, and one of them would be not fire personnel doing this. It would be public works from the county that would do this. So we're obtaining the funding and the equipment for them so they can have their public works personnel beautify or clean up the wine trail going up through to Thousand Oaks or San Juan Canyon, and it would be their responsibility.
Okay, and so then they would bill the fire department, and it would be a drawdown from the grant if we receive it?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So will it require any additional staff on behalf of the fire department, or is this all just a managerial task? And who's going to oversee the grant itself if we're
Correct.
lucky to get it?
So who we have overseeing it would be Battalion Chief Bedolla, but the actual administrator would be Delia Ramon. And she's the one who came up with the narrative and the language for this. So far, it looks pretty prominent on this.
Okay. What's Plan B if we don't get the grant?
We apply again next year.
Okay,
Yeah.
but who does the work or pays for the work in the meantime? If it's removing potential fuel, seems like the work has to be done regardless of the stream of resources.
It does. So that's where the weed abatement program comes in. And we will contact the homeowners up and down the property owners, I won't say homeowners, but the property owners up and down the affected area. We're going to do that anyway. This right here ensures that it gets done through this process where us relying on the property owners doesn't insure it. Sometimes we have to put a lien on the property and hope they pay for it.
Okay, well, my experience is you lien a property, it's not hope, it's not if you're going to get paid, it's just how soon.
Yes.
And so regardless of whether we get the grant or not, we will be holding the property owners accountable
Yes, sir.
for maintaining their property.
Yes, sir.
And it's my understanding there in California now, fire season is every day of the year as opposed to a declared state fire marshal period of time.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Chief, I guess my last question is, in reviewing the grant, I see where the deadline for submittal was 2/9/22, and I can only know that we're on the 22nd. And so has this already been submitted?
This has.
Okay.
This has been submitted.
So why didn't this come to us in advance? Because now, frankly, it feels a little disingenuous to ask us for permission for something that's already happened.
Sir, so sometimes when we get notification of funding, the timing fuse is so short, it's best for us to apply for it, ask permission from council. If we don't get the permission, we just decline the grant.
Okay. It seems to me like we could find a better way.
Yes.
And so I don't know what that is. I just saw that, and it's like, frankly, it offends me a little bit. It almost feels like
Understood.
asking for forgiveness versus permission, and so again, it's a timing issue in my opinion. But thank you, Chief. I appreciate your honesty.
Absolutely.
Mayor, can I add real quick to that
Go
one,
ahead, sir.
just more clarification? Our grant policy is to come to the council to ask for permission, unless there is a timing issue where the deadline is before the next council meeting, then departments are been given the okay to go after those grants, but they do need to come back to council at the soonest point to get the okay to move forward.
Thanks. I appreciate the clarification. I guess again, I appreciate it. I don't necessarily agree with it. And it sounds to me like this is a reoccurring grant. And so if every year we apply for this, then I presume next year at this time, we'll apply again, whether we get it or not. And I think if we know it's predictable, then we should be able to
Correct.
calendar it.
Correct.
And so, all right,
Is
I'll
this
leave it at that.
An annual one, or
It's-
this is one of the new ones that
it
just came out?
It is when the funding's available, and it's not always available. It was available last year. However, the county did not request us to submit for it until we got notification just recently. So there's just a few too many moving components, but we're doing the best we can, and we'll take that with due diligence, sir, on the next one, if the funding's available.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Perez.
Yes, I appreciate that you are going after all the grants you can. I understand the moving components you're talking about when it's with the state, they just throw out, it's like they don't have our agendas in mind.
No,
they
don't.
So I appreciate you doing that, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales?
Yes, thank you, Chief, for applying. I think this particular grant was through the governor's office, so it's a special grant, And there's a lot of different grants that are now being released by the federal and state government that are one time. Most of the time, they're about 1 to 2 weeks notice. So unless you have, the ability to work very closely with the state or federal government, we have to look at some other process to do this. But I really, truly appreciate that you're a critical thinker and a problem solver and have taken the initiative to help resolve some of the issues that are needed in our community and acquiring the resources that we need to get them done. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just assuming that you've had conversations with the county staff about this, and do we have a commitment from them to follow through with what's required by the grant?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay.
Especially with Cal OES, and I left a couple of emails. Wasn't able to get a hold of the chief administrative officer, but he was informed also by Cal OES, or by San Benito OES, correct.
And I know a lot of the grants that we apply for ask for matching funds. Is this the case with this one? And if so, are we going to carry the cost of that matching funds, or is that going to come out of the county's pocket?
So to answer both questions, yes and yes. This one right here is at 12% of the overall cost, and we don't know what we're going to be awarded yet. Exactly, we will get reimbursed by the county from this.
Thank you.
Is it 12% matching, or we get 12% indirect costs recovery?
It's 12. I'm sorry, it's 12% indirect cost. Yeah.
Thank you. I would just say, as Mr. Burns pointed out, we see this every year, and just have that timeline that we know when they're popping up. So we're asking those questions ahead of time, and usually they do give you enough time to get the applications out.
Yeah. I'm thinking that the short fuse of notification is by design, so they can catch us on our heels. But hey, we're going to pursue it. The way I feel about it personally is, if we're paying property taxes and income taxes, and all that money is going to Sacramento, we don't ever see it. Most of the time it goes to LA or Sacramento. I'm standing here with my hand out. That's our tax-paying funds. Let's bring it back to the community.
And the point I'm making is having that ready, the template already ready, because we know this comes around pretty much every year. So have it ready, so when it comes up, put in the new date and send it off and say, we're prepared here in San Benito County.
We got the template here.
Give us our money.
Yep.
So, go ahead, Councilmember Morales.
So thank you for answering all the questions very diligently. I definitely don't want to deter our staff from pursuing grants. I know it seems like some of the questions kind of lean towards that. It's better sometimes just to not do it at all than to answer the questions or be put on the hot seat. So I truly appreciate the fact that you are going through, and as we're reading from today's agenda, a variety of different resources for our community. I know that it's not, that this council is not really used to applying for grants, but I think we will get there very soon. So thank you for doing this work.
Thank you.
I guess I do want to make one thing clear. We actually have won a lot of grants, and we've been very aggressive on our grants. Yeah. So we're doing pretty good with it. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers,
No
Mr. Mayor.
speaker cards? Thank you. All right. Was there a motion on this item?
I move to adopt resolution number 2022-19, Mr. Mayor.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. We'll now move to item F3.
So F3 is also a Hollister Fire request for a submittal to Senate District 12 budget. And this one says Senator Ana Caballero, which I think she's going to be removed from office, or she's resigning soon, if I'm not mistaken. However, it still identifies District 12 as a capital improvements project. So what this provides the city, if we do so earn it, is an outlay on projects for capital improvements, construction or improvements of community parks, community open spaces, or construction or improvements of critical facilities such as public safety. So like the conversation that Councilman Burns and Chief Reynoso were talking about, this one here has an emergency operations center, and we're trying to identify an emergency dispatch center also into the same discussion. So instead of using full funds from the general fund or the reserve or the ARPA funds, let's try to get some of this money to establish this 911 center and kind of lessen the burden of shouldering that type of funding for us. So the fiscal impact on that, it's all dependent on what the senator reviews for possible funding. So we're crossing our fingers on this one also. Any questions on this so far?
Good. Any questions, Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did see at the County Board of Supervisors meeting, which I know you were in attendance at as well today, that they did talk about this. I don't remember the outcome, I forget. Sorry. But I'm just wondering if there's any, if they, number one, did they approve a budget to start moving forward on this process? And number two, are there anything that they can do, is there anything that they can do on their end to help advocate or lobby that we get this grant funding as well?
That is a good question. They're aware of this. I believe the first step in this is getting permission and authorization from the council, and then I can go forward to them and start pursuing a collaboration to try to get this funding. As far as this is concerned, the grants are concerned, per contract, we're obligated to seek this. So if that's the case, I will definitely try to collaborate with the county to try to make a stronger argument on earning these fundings.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, comments? Councilmember Morales?
So a comment is, we can contact Senator Ana Caballero and advocate for any recommendations in terms of budgetary needs, and we can also go to Sacramento and do the same with other senators in neighboring jurisdictions to do so. So we have that ability to do it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
Elias Salinas?
Thank you. So the conversation today at the Board of Supervisors was brought up by Supervisor Dirks after having had conversations with the fire chief and the police chief. And she requested that it be brought back on a future agenda with regards to budgeting, because it is something that's important, and it is something to be brought up to bring everybody up to date instead of being analog, specifically with regards to making sure that the sheriff's department and the fire department have coverage down in South County. So I think this is a great idea. And Fire Chief Ocampo, I'm more than positive when this comes back before the Board of Supervisors, they also the county has a lobbyist in Sacramento that should be able to be put to work to help with some kind of funding as well with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any speakers?
I have no more speakers, Mr.
Any
Mayor.
other questions, comments? Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that is correct. Thank you. What I would like to say is that when we do apply for it, I'd like to see an official letter from the city of Hollister, the city of San Bautista, and the county of San Benito lobbying that we get this grant and how badly it's needed here in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We'll now move to item F4.
F4, also another grant. The Hollister Fire Department is requesting to apply for California Governor's Office of Emergency Service. So the governor's OES Hazardous Mitigation Assistance Preparedness Plan. So this plan is about this program is a 3-phase program where in order to receive any kind of funding, you have to come up with a hazardous mitigation plan. So since we have a plan being established right now and it's going to be ratified by the council probably next month, we are applicable for what they call the prepared jumpstart, but it has to be ratified by April 1st. So we're probably going to miss this year's funding. However, there's a rolling mitigation grant program that allows us to submit for capital improvements. So again, the communications, our 911 communications system for the city, for the county, for reaching South County is real fragile, and it's not as effective as it should be. Right now, that's going to be our main focus, because if we do have a robust communication system, we'll be able to get to our area of responsibility in a decent amount of time. So because we are already in the direction of ratifying the hazardous mitigation plan, it sets us up for the next round of grants that are coming up. Which ones are coming up? We're going to be seeing Preparedness California match of $255 million with a Cal OES provision of $85 million that'll cover the remainder of the 25% cost. So there's not going to be any cost to the county and the city because the federal government and California OES are going to cover all the costs that we need for the capital improvement. With this one, we were identified, this grant was brought to my attention by City Manager Miller, that we are a vulnerable jurisdiction because of our seismic activity, five fault lines, and the west-south end of the city being a high wildland urban interface. So that's what really piqued their interest about our jurisdiction. So I've gotten called by the coordinators of this grant twice over the last 2 weeks, and they're very interested in us pursuing this grant. And what that kind of tells me, knowing the grant process, is they're waiting for the application to hit their desk so they could do a good status check on it, and it looks good, like we will probably earn this. And we'll find out sometime in May.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a
Second.
second? Motion and a second. Roll call. I'm sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yes.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll now move to item F5.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, you have before you resolution number 2022-22, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister, adding veterans preference in police officer hiring process. This resolution would update current hiring process to add a preference for the police officer hiring process for honorably discharged United States military veterans. The Veterans Preference Act of 1944 pertains to only certain federal jobs, and the City of Hollister currently does not have any established preference for veterans applying for police officer recruits. In general, armed force veterans have the attributes to be excellent police officers for several reasons. Many veterans in general are good team players. Military personnel are trained to depend on each other for survival. Military veterans are taught to be good communicators. They have to speak clearly, efficiently in moments of high stress, as well as non-stress situations. Service members typically enter military service at a young age, but they emerge with a vast amount of experience and accomplishments that leads to their maturity and experience. Military veterans receive extensive training and ever-increasing responsibility, as well as continual development of their leadership skills. Their maturity level often surpasses other candidates of similar age without the military experience. Regardless of the veterans, if a veteran has combat experience or not, they are exposed to stress in boot camp and other situations. They learn how to deal with stress and train to make good decisions under stressful situations. There's no doubt police work involves high stress work, and having a military veteran who has been trained to deal with stress effectively is a desirable trait in police candidate. In general, military veterans may have a higher capability to be good police officers for their ability to be team players, communicate well, possess maturity, and perform well under stress. The Hollister Police Department would like to add two preferences to any qualifying veteran. Those that can provide government documents indicating honorable discharge status from the listed armed forces will qualify for the higher amount of the existing hiring bonuses equal to a lateral officer. And those that have successfully passing the physical agility and the peace officer standards post a written examination will bypass the initial oral panel and go directly to the second administrative oral panel. These two preferences do not guarantee a position with the Hollister Police Department, nor does it reduce the qualifications. However, staff hopes that these two preferences would encourage veterans to seek out more information about our department and lead to more applications from qualified candidates. And it's my understanding that anyone leaving the military has to go through a process, and one of the processes is to go through recruiting offices that actually intake personnel. They also help in their when they're leaving, and we would like to, if this passes, have flyers at those locations throughout the state, advising them that this department thanks them for their service, and we hold them in high regard, and to consider applying with us.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez, do you have a comment, question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just, of course, I certainly support this, and I understand the rationale why we'd want this as far as our police department. But I'm just wondering if other cities have this as a policy for the entire staffing, and if so, can we look at adopting something like this in the near future? Because we have qualified individuals coming out of the military with a certain set of skills, and they go to college there, and I think that we can definitely utilize their service. So I would definitely support this, not only today for the police department, but I'd like to see this as a city policy in general. Thank you.
Yeah, just a real quick answer. I mean, we don't have the lateral bonus like they do for the police department, but we could have them miss the first round of interview process.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
I'd like to thank you for doing some out-of-the-box thinking to fulfill all of our staff needs, whether it's with the police force or in our public workforce. We have to really start thinking out of the box, because we're so. Anyways, I just want to thank you for thinking out of the box and moving forward. And good job.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Miller, I would absolutely support what Councilmember Resendez has suggested, and I'd like to see us do that fairly quickly if it's possible. And then Chief and Mr. Miller, I'm wondering, do we have current stats for how many police officers are veterans in the city of Hollister? And Mr. Miller, do we have any idea on what that may be in other departments or our fire chief in our fire department?
Sorry, I did not know the percentage of those departments. Chief probably knows for his own.
Yes, I don't have any official statistics. I could formulate that if you like, but we do have several officers that have military experience, including one that just left here with the Boy Scouts, Officer Wells. He has a military experience as well.
Great, thanks, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Miller. I think that's, your comments speak a volume, so thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries. 5-0, I believe. Now move to item F6.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item would approve a job description for the Assistant City Manager position. Staff recommends City Council adopt the resolution approving the job description for the position of Assistant City Manager. And then I'd also kind of request that because this is a part of the Great Resignation period and trying to find positions are really difficult at this time, that a consensus to bring back to council to use a outside party to try to help recruit this position and possibly some of the other department heads.
Okay, any questions for council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Miller, I couldn't agree more with you. One of the things I would like for you to consider as well would be maybe as other duties is assigned for the deputy or assistant city manager position would be to provide or work as a council liaison. I know sometimes my personal frustrations are enhanced by the volume of work that you have and the fact that sometimes it feels like things take longer, and that just adds to my frustration and sometimes candidly my aggravation. And so I can tell you I've worked in other jurisdictions where there's a commitment to the council to address their issues, and I know that you only have so many hours to work, and so I would ask that you consider that. And I absolutely think to find one or more outside recruiting agencies to fill these positions would be money well spent, because as I've expressed many times, if it's an issue of compensation, then we need to figure this out, because I don't want Plan B type folks. I want people that want to come here and develop and build their career, and people that have skills coming on board and not looking simply to end their career and retire here.
Correct.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
my belief is not to hire bodies, hire quality people. But
Thank you.
and I would think, and remember in the job description, it did have something that loosely based that, but on the liaison, but that would be definitely a job duties of theirs.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I definitely support going out and getting an outside agency to help recruit. I think at all times, but especially during these times. And I don't remember off the top of my head, I know I read this, but is this position in their job duties, does it say anything about them assisting or helping with public records requests? And if not, could we potentially tie some type of language in there?
Well,
Not for them to necessarily do it, but I don't want to jump over to the next one, but I've got some concerns about the amount of public records requests, and maybe like even as a short-term job description, maybe they can help out with that.
I mean, to a point, the position is as duties necessary. So if that's a big issue at hand and that needs to protect the city, that's what that person would be doing.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Do we have it? Go ahead, ma'am.
I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you for getting this done. I know that you have a lot on your plate, and thanks for putting this as a priority.
Not a problem, thanks.
Do we have any speaker cards?
I have none, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you,
Vote.
council.
We'll now move to item G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I believe, I think it's an ad hoc committee. I know that one of my responsibilities that I volunteered for was to work with the city clerk and the city attorney to actually find a mechanism to provide some degree of enforcement when our code of conduct is violated. And so in the recent past, we did hold a Zoom meeting with an outside counsel, and I know we're moving forward to look at some existing ordinances that may be appropriate. And so we're not going to rush to push this forward to bring it to council. You know, we're going to do our due diligence. And so I'm waiting for the next meeting to occur, and I assume that will happen probably within the next 3 or 4 weeks. And so I just wanted to update the council on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The meeting that I've had was with the Council of Governments, COG. There was a couple things that they talked about, but in particular, I think they're gonna get started with the Highway 156 expansion. I think they're a little bit behind schedule. Maybe the mayor can talk to both of these items, and then Caltrans also presented the roundabout at 25 and 156. So interesting fact, our roundabout is going to be the first in the state of California to be a turbo roundabout, is what I believe. They showed us some videos. They were explaining how it was going to work. There was a lot of great dialogue with the with the COG board members. And in particular, I think that we made it very clear to Caltrans what the public's sentiment was about this roundabout in particular. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman, or Vice Mayor Perez.
Yeah, I met with the Area Aging Agency. Wanted to welcome B. Gonzalez onto the committee, and look forward to having a meeting with her and Hovenius with Paulina and that staff about seeing what's going on with the Meals on Wheels and their kitchen. Would you know anything that's going on with the kitchen? About the remodeling, upgrades, or anything?
Well,
we can have a discussion offline. It's not on the agenda, so I don't think that would probably be the best.
Right.
But we'll have a conversation with you about it.
No worries.
Councilmember Morales.
Thank you. The 3 CEs had a very interesting meeting. The policy board had on their agenda changes to the bylaws that would eliminate community input or bringing anything forth from the community, and only to have staff bring items to their community advisory board. The policy board asked for an ad hoc committee to resolve the issues between staff and the CAC And I just wanted to say that I'm very appreciative of our supervisor, Colin Kosmicki, for his comments and appreciation to maintain the open lines of communication and vote down the bylaws changes that would allow for our community to bring items forward that are important to them. So, thank you.
Thank you. My reports would be back to COG as Councilmember Resendez talked about, explained the Turbo roundabout, and I want to make sure people are clear. That doesn't mean you go faster through the roundabout. It's just, it's a more efficient design of a roundabout, less conflict points. So we go from, I believe now 24 to down 12 conflict points. So if there are accidents, more of the side swipes and those types of things. I want to make sure the public understands this is a Caltrans project. Caltrans paid for it 100%. We have been very clear about not being very happy about the whole project, but Caltrans had to do this because of the number of fatalities at that intersection, because too many people run that light. And I see it almost every day as I come back into town, or I'm leaving in the morning out of town. And it's why we're in this situation. And I want to make it clear that the overpass is still moving forward, and that is the plan to phase out the roundabout with the permanent overpass, which would be on the 156 side going over Highway 25. So that is all happening. I know there's confusion out there. I know people are making claims that we're not doing it. No, we are doing it, and we're moving along as fast as we can to get Highway 25 widened and get that new overpass done. 156 between San Juan Bautista and Hollister should start construction around May, June. They're going to be opening the bids here in the next few weeks for that project, and then they're going to choose the contractor, let them get started as soon as well, it's not a rainy season this year, right? But as soon as they can in May to get it going and move forward quickly. Tomorrow I'm meeting with my mobility partnership, that is our partners from VTA, Santa Clara County. We are discussing still the new interchange at 10125, which is scheduled to start in 23. So that is a $120 million project that happened because we all sat down and we worked out how we can work together, and now we're having discussions about the 101 corridor and the rest of the project. So I will keep you all updated on that project. Now we'll move to item F2, informational reports from City Council. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate
G2.
it. So I want to talk about a few different things. I received information maybe a week or so ago about catalytic converters being stolen in the Sunny Slope area. I reached out to our chief, and thank you, Chief, for being so responsive. I appreciate that. You know, he's a guy that will get back to you at any hour of the day, any day of the week, as soon as he can, and I appreciate that very much. I try not to abuse that privilege. One of the things I've discussed with the chief, and I'd like to give the chief an opportunity, Mayor, if it's appropriate, to maybe speak a little bit about it. I'm a big advocate for cameras. And Sunny Slope is one of those unique neighborhoods where there's two ways in, the same two ways out. You can only get in through Beverly one way or another. And so I spoke with the chief about maybe installing cameras on that. And the mayor and I actually meet frequently on Mondays as well. And the mayor and I spoke about even maybe making that an element of future development. I would very much like to see those cameras installed everywhere that we can. I'm not an advocate of Big Brother, but I am an advocate of law and order. And so, Chief, I don't know if you want to speak at all about that. Mayor, would it be okay for the chief?
I don't know if we probably could, because it's not agendized, but I would be happy to have it agendized.
Yeah, I think the better practice would actually be have it agendized for a future meeting.
Okay, if we could, then I'd like to advocate for that. But again, if you see something, you need to say something. And our chief has made it really clear that, you know, the police department is here to serve. And so don't assume things are not suspicious when they are. Please call our police department. I personally had to replace a catalytic converter, not because it was stolen, but because it broke. I didn't even know that was possible. And I can tell you that was a little over a $2,000 out-of-pocket expense. And then I actually got the broken one back, and I was able to actually sell it legally, and I got $75. Somehow it just didn't feel equitable. But it is what it is, and many communities experience those in volume. So please be vigilant for that. I got an email earlier today from a person that actually lives in the county, but they had a fire that happened off of John Smith Road, and our fire department responded. Fortunately, they were able to get there quickly, but I understand that currently there are some K-rails that are blocking Union Avenue, and ultimately, I don't know if they have to remain in place. If that road is dedicated, it's an extension of the road, but I would like to see that because minutes count significantly in fire response and police response, and if there could have been a more direct route, in this case, it wasn't a consequence, but it could be the difference between a life and death situation, a fire being extinguished and one taking off. And so I'd like to ask that we can take a look at that. Also want to recognize and thank our Parks and Rec Department and the city manager. We've got the Clower Park reopening on March 5th. Please come out, please attend, please celebrate, please enjoy your park. It's time to celebrate fun and play again. And so please show up there. I am on a tirade for cleaning my community now, my district. And so I have this wonderful little doohickey that works real well. And so I'm challenging other council members to get out and clean their neighborhoods. It's amazing the crap I picked up with this. And I've since sanitized it. Everybody can breathe a sigh of relief. But I'm not going to go into all the unique things that are out there. But I feel better about it. And so having said that, what I'm advocating for the council, though, and I would like to see if we could get some consensus through the city manager to authorize him to buy 400 or 500 of these. And I think at the park thing, the reopening, that, we're going to be up there having giveaways anyway. And I tell you, I bought mine at Lowe's, I think it was, and I think I paid $20 or $25 for it, but I'm sure you can get a volume discount on them. And I'd like to see each council member be given 100 of these to give out, because they're not worth anything like a catalytic converter. And so what's the worst thing that happens? They pick up garbage with it. So I'd like to ask the council to consider that, because I think it would be an ideal giveaway at future events that we have as we move forward. So it's a great prop. I'll just leave it at that. So I wish I was done, but I'm not. So want to ask again that we have a detailed conversation about the SAFER grant and where we go if it's not renewed, and my understanding is it's not going to be. I'd also like an update on the appeal cost related to somebody, not a developer or a builder or a contractor, wanting to potentially appeal a planning commission decision. I brought this up last week or 2 weeks ago as well, where it's my understanding it's $3,700. I understand the cost of doing business, and I'm a strong advocate for that, but in some cases I think that might be excessive and it may create a chilling effect. So I want to, with the redistricting, I believe now, if our parks manager can confirm this for me, I believe the skate park is now in District 4 once this goes into law and becomes effective. And so, fair warning, I've got a lot of pictures, I've got a lot of great ideas in my mind, and I really want to start having an engaged conversation about that. I actually walk by it every weekend, at least 2 to 4 times a weekend, and actually there's an area where the fence that faces Memorial has been opened up, and that's not so much the problem, but there's actually some wires that are sticking out that are part of the fence that are actually impeding the walking if somebody were to walk close to the fence. That, just a pair of wire cutters could probably solve that temporary problem, but I really would like to see us invest more heavily into that skate park and clean it up, and it's a great resource. And so if we have control of it, I'd like to move forward with that. So also would like to see put on the agenda a conversation about salary increases. It's my understanding that based on previous conversations, salary increases for council members, to be clear, I as a council member get $400 a month. And I understand that per the government code, we could actually raise that by up to 5% per year. And if I understood it correctly, it could be retroactive. And so I would like to, my understanding is this council has not received a pay raise in about 20 years. And so it might not be a popular conversation, but what the heck? I'm willing to go there. I'm willing to own it. And I'd like to see that as an agendized item. I'd also like to see agendized, I'm part of an ad hoc committee for term limits and for charter cities. And I'd like to have that conversation about term limits to move that forward as well. We do have time to put it on the ballot, and that's my understanding of what we need to do, and so I'd like to have that conversation. I also would like to know what the intent of the city is to do with the demolition properties on Park Hill. I think it'd be a great idea for an extension of a park, unless there's some other idea. I really would like to see that. I also would like to see there be a discussion about maybe acquiring, there's a commercial vacant parcel that is on Sunny Slope, east of Airline Highway and south of Memorial on the east side, on the south side of the road. It's about 6 acres. It's commercially zoned. I think that would be an amazing location for a community park, and so I'd like to at least see what the potential is for that, as well as the vacant lot downtown on San Benito at 7th Street, across the street from Memorial. I've been in town 25 years, and as I can remember, at least since the earthquake, that has always been a vacant parcel. I think it would be a great pocket-style park for that area, for our downtown, since we really don't have any green space downtown any longer. And so, I guess my final question would be for the city attorney. We experienced this evening an event where public comment was stopped, and I understand the nature and the reasoning, but I would like to know, to make sure that we are within our abilities based on what was observed and heard this evening, to stop public comment, because I want to either allow it to go forward if that's what we're required to do, but if we can stop it and be on solid legal ground, I'm fine with that as well. And so I would like and ask for a legal opinion to be provided to us at the next council meeting, if that's reasonable. And so everybody can say a breath of relief now. I am done, Mayor. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Resendez.
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Perez.
Thank you, Ann Hall, for beating me to the punch. The parking on 5th Street across from the courthouse and the library, all those are public county buildings. And I know I understand exactly what she was saying. I understand why we had the parking regulations there before, but since the courthouse has moved and they have their own parking lot, I would like to see the parking ordinance either revamped. I mean, because from my understanding, there's some places where they have 1 hour parking, 3 hour parkings, no parking. With the way the city has changed, I don't know if those are still necessary or need to be altered. I understand the whole situation there on 5th Street, and for all you constituents on 5th Street, I feel for you. Although the sign does say that there's a 3 hour parking, that is the rule and that is the law, and with that, until this is all resolved, I'd like this to come back before council. Until this is resolved, I'd like to see that all the parking on the south side of 5th Street be not enforced until we can resolve this parking issue. I've heard the information that, they can park in the back, but again, you come back to the alley issues. And all you have to do is drive down an alley and you'll see what we're talking about. So, and plus, some of them, with those houses there, are apartments. And so there's not enough parking, you will block the alley. So they need that parking up front. So I'm hoping to get a consensus from the council to, or even if we can do this, I don't know if we can, Carlos, maybe you can expound on what I'm saying?
Councilmember, the problem with that is, I think that what Ann Hall brought up is an ordinance that was, it's really, it was passed a long time ago.
We probably shouldn't have conversation into it, but it's definitely something we can bring back and have that conversation looked at, get the information so we can.
Okay.
What I was going to get to is that we shouldn't be not enforcing our ordinances. Either you enforce them or you don't. That's how we got into this problem, by just looking the other way. And it's not fair for everyone else. And I think that's a similar situation we did with the RV ordinance, and it hasn't been resolved. So I say that we can come back, if it's the will of the council, come back within a month with options for the council if you want to look into a revamped residential permit process, or if you want to eliminate that part, if you want to relook at where there's restrictions, if you want to eliminate those restrictions or not.
We can bring it back.
Yeah, maybe if we can get a report on where we have our restrictions and stuff like that, that'd be great.
We can try to do that within a month, so that way we're not waiting a long time.
And in the meantime, the other thing I was going to say is, like, you know, when the public's out there and they have the 3 minutes to talk, it's like, you know what, instead of just shutting them down and telling them they can't, which we need clarification on, maybe we can explain to them what the process is if they have a complaint, what the process is for them to do. I'd like to see what's going on. When is the ARPA funds coming back? And the ARPA, the tree beautification process. I did get the email, and I received that we do have somewhat of a tree ordinance, but I didn't. That's all I got. I was hoping to get something a little bit more of what we can do to replace the trees, not just come up with a plan.
Henry staff is working on that.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales?
Thank you. In agreement with ARPA funds, Safer Grant, the appeals, parking, Park Hill, and other items, and I don't remember if this was brought forward, but would like to see a report on our 2021 goals and accomplishments. So what we set out to do, what did we actually accomplish, and what is our roadmap for 2022? In support of also bringing back the discussion on the pay for council, and also like a report back on the planning department, what are projects that are significantly delayed or we have problems with. I'd like to see a report. I've been getting a lot of calls about that. Also, Measure G, still looking for a list of the projects, dollar amounts, and support, if I didn't already say this, of term limits to be on the ballot. Percent of our budget that is grants, and what those grants are, and if they're occurring. And this should be separated by entitlement grants, so those are just pass-through money, so that should not count. I also asked city manager for a study or speed bumps for San Benito and 7-Eleven. Just want to know the status of that. Still very much interested in the receipts for our budget. I know that it's going to take some time, but that's very important to me. And I also like to have the ordinance of code of conduct be brought back for review, especially if there's been concerns from our residents. Want some type of resolution on that. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank
Oh,
you.
one more, sorry.
Go ahead.
I can't read my own handwriting. Also, for people to report, I think at one point I remember hearing from our IT manager, Paul, that there was an application that you're considering. So also, application for.
Yeah, we're
status
still in
updates
the
on that.
process of working that out. There's a lot in the background that's got to be set together and working with a bunch of departments to finalize that and get it out. Probably within the next 3-4 months. 311, yeah.
311.
There's a 311 and there's also the phone app that goes with that too.
Right, so, and also, just because I'm curious, a list of the IT projects that we have to help with streamlining anything, just curious.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am looking forward to going out with Mr. Burns and picking up trash again. We've done it before, and these are the conversations we've been having with the beautification ad hoc, so I'm looking forward to doing that. But I do want to especially thank our Parks Department. They've been on a roll getting things done. Recreation, looking forward to some of the bigger projects that are coming up, and I think the community is going to be very excited once they start seeing some of these plans for the near future. Also want to thank engineering. There's been a lot of work going on. We talked about this before. A lot of plans being done right now to repair our streets here in Hollister. But I do want to remind everybody here in Hollister, our road index is 74, which is actually pretty good and higher than most communities in the area, if not all the communities. We should do a little check on that. But I want to thank them for all that work, and I know a lot of this is going to be coming up real soon for approval, and looking forward to it. Do want to have a quick conversation about this issue of what we kind of experienced earlier. And as I said before, every election year, there's a tendency for certain groups to make accusations of council members, whether true or not, without explaining background. And I just want to point out, council chamber should not be a place for running campaigns. It should be a place where we do our business. And I'm more than encourage anybody outside of here to do what they want or against people they don't favor in office. But I think, again, here it's very important, because what happens is you hear one side of a story, and usually that story is not even correct. And on the other side of the story, you find out there's a lot of information that is not being told on the other side. So we don't want to go back to tit for tat in here. We want to talk about business and getting things done. This council, I must say, has been on a roll, getting a lot of work done here in the past year, and it's nice to see that happen. We're not always going to agree with each other, but what we shouldn't be doing is just allowing mudslinging to start happening, especially when those cannot be responded to. And that's been the problem in the past and really led to disruptions in our council. We don't need to go back there. So more than happy to discuss any of our rules. And if we're going to have rules for ourselves, we got to make sure the public's being held to the same standards. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. So we have to work hard on that. So again, thank you, Parks. Thank you, Engineering. A lot of good stuff coming. I'm excited. Mr. Burns, when you're ready to set up the cleanup in the different districts like we talked about, I'm with you on that, and we'll go out there and have some fun. So thank you very much. City Manager.
Thank you very much. Looking for a yes and no answer. For items to bring back for future agendas, the agendizing of cameras at Stony Slope area?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the conversation, I'd like to have a bigger conversation, just Sunny Slope area. So that's why I.
Okay, well, yeah.
But yes, absolutely. Parks and so on.
Not a problem. Okay, that's consent.
So this is just for the Sunny Slope area?
Well, we'll expand it.
A bigger conversation citywide.
Okay, so that was it. Yes, okay. I thought I saw three.
Yes,
Okay.
consensus on that.
And then the trash picker uppers, we'll find room in our budget somewhere to accommodate that. I don't think we need to put that on the agenda.
Well, I think we organize that with the cleanups, and we can go from there. I think it's important.
Okay. Bring back a agenda item for the Park Hill burn area and what council would like to, as a goal for that area. Okay.
I think on that, definitely background and potential, because it's easy to say, just make a park, but what else can happen there that really enhances this community or benefits our residents all the way around?
That the council, just for old time's sake or new time's sake, actually go up there and walk it.
Okay.
Mr. Miller, I actually would like to maybe see our Parks and Rec Commission get involved in this and have them actually bring it to us.
Okay. Actually, is that okay with council?
That'd probably be a better idea, I agree.
Yeah, they usually get a little upset when we don't include them.
Well, I want to include them.
Right, yeah. Okay, thank you on that one. And then to look at the vacant lots to see if they're available for purchase for parks, bring it back that item.
I would like that.
Okay, got two, I got,
I'm always for it, I'm just,
Where was this lot again?
Thank you.
7th Street in San Benito.
The one was at 7th Street in San Benito. That's been,
right there by the,
but that's building, yeah, it's been there for like 20 more years. And then the other one is about a 6-acre parcel that's right up off of San Benito, or not San Benito Street, Airline and Honey Slope, right there, as you're going up on the south side.
Yeah.
And it's got a nice little mountain on it. It's like, it's been there for a long time, and it's zoned commercial as far as I know.
I think there's
Oh.
already something through DRC of buildings going in there, apartment complex, along with some commercial.
oh, yeah, sorry, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, they would like to do something with that as either residential mixed use, I mean, it's residential mixed use. But yeah, I believe the owners of that property have development plans,
I'm sure they do.
so. But,
I would recommend that maybe we not go any further down that road.
Right.
I suspect that everybody knows which properties are being discussed and has an opinion as to whether or not it should come back at a future agenda for this type of conversation.
Right.
and then parking on Fifth Street, to bring that back, sounds like we had everybody.
Parking all the way around, I think you're talking about RV issue too. So
Yeah.
Chief would bring back. And we did talk about this in a prior meeting about parking permits, costs to park in the parking garage if you're going to be there full-time or overnight. So this was one of those conversations we did talk about in the past that we were going to bring back. So I think that's the bigger picture, is having that full discussion. Or can parking permits can be bought in even like the downtown area? What can happen?
Okay.
What are the opportunities?
Okay, and then ARPA was to be brought back by April 1st, so I just wanted to put
Thank
that
you.
out there. And then to bring back the code of conduct back to a future meeting. One.
I would like to bring it back. One, our ad hoc committee has completed their volume of work, and I'll defer to the city clerk or the city attorney, maybe a May date, I don't know, or a June date. I know it's going to take a little while, but, to share, at that point, I think what I'd like to see happen is it be agendized and a staff report be provided to council to give them the body of the work in advance, and then maybe we select some alternatives or options for enforcing that, as well as the component of campaign contribution.
I like that, and I could put it in G as reports with the options, what we discussed, before I even bring it back as a introduction.
That's a good idea. I like that.
And maybe we could add in there an annual or biannual review of the code.
Sure. So I think we got direction on that one for the city.
Yes.
clerk. Okay. And on beautification, I would like to say that I had our first meeting with the Clean California to discuss the project of beautifying the 25 bypass between Sunny Slope and Santa Ana. And what I would do is the next meeting, I believe, will be in about a month. Well, I'd like to invite the Beautification Ad Hoc Committee to join us on that if available.
Do
Yeah.
You mentioned a 5% increase.
I saw heads bobbing on that one, so that one I was already gonna, I didn't need to ask a question when I saw everybody heads bobbing up and down. And that's all I have to report.
I do want to, the issue of term limits was brought up, and I'm all right with that conversation, but I think it's, one of the committees we're on is discussing how do you not only do the term limits, but how do you do, for example, mayor's a 2-year term. How do you change it to a 4-year term? Or how do we change all council members to a 2-year term? How do we do some of these other things we need to do within the city, the structure within the city? And that, to me, was more of a charter city conversation, or we have multiple issues on an election at any one time. So if we're going to be assessing that, I think it's important to understand every time we have one item on the ballot, if it costs dollars, 2 items cost more dollars, where a charter city, we can lay this whole thing out and decide to go forward and put it all on one time, if that's something the council would want to do.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful too, maybe if the city clerk and all their spare time could maybe do some research to figure out what it would cost to put one item on, because then council can make an informed decision.
Yeah, I think you probably already know that number. Because that's, we're going too far with that, so we're having discussion.
Prices
I saw
have
that microphone
definitely-
move. So
prices have gone up.
Yeah, if we can do that, bring that, that would be helpful, and then we can go from there. I think that covered everything. All right.
Going to be brought back, then I'd like to make a public information act request on the list that I.
Oh, some of your stuff was
Did we-
status, so I'll bring that. It was just the agenda items is what I was asking.
So
Sorry.
so the report's either a public information act request or to just be emailed to me, whatever's, but I'd like to see them.
Yeah,
soon.
no, we'll get those information to you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just agenda items that I ask. Status, I will get those out.
Okay, now that was city manager, city attorney,
Thank you. No report, Mr. Mayor.
chief.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to share with the council. During December, we were under audit. It's a routine audit from the Department of Justice to verify that we are using appropriately our automated criminal history system, our Federal Bureau of Investigation Interstate Identification Index. And I just want to report that of all the random samples of 71 inquiries and several other from the other categories, they advised us that they sent us a letter commending our department in compliance with all the statutes and regulations governing all of these highly restricted systems. And I'd like to thank Administrator Supervisor Valerie Reyna for her assistance through the audit system. And according to Michael Van Winkle, manager of the database audits and criminal justice support system, she was very helpful during this audit. So once again, it's a routine audit, but it's a very important items that we have to adhere to, all the regulations, and the police department passed all the systems. Also, I wanted to share with you that one of our graveyards teams has taken upon themselves, since right now we don't have as much parking enforcement as we used to due to some staffing changes, and they've been ticketing and tagging abandoned vehicles throughout the city. Earlier this week, last week, they advised me that they've already tagged over 50 vehicles throughout the city of Hollister. So during the downtime, late at night, they're looking through the city, looking for those obviously abandoned vehicles that haven't moved for a while, and they're tagging those. Some of them are being moved. You know, we play the move it across the street type of thing, but they're doing that, and they took it upon themselves to do that. And so hopefully anyone calling, anybody have concerns with abandoned vehicles, so please call our regular line. They are taking those messages and they're handing them out to their officers during the graveyard unit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. City clerk?
I have nothing to report.
Thank you. Okay, we are now going to move to item G3.
Thank you. So we don't have our system in place yet on next request. However, just some preliminary numbers. Throughout the state, agencies are reporting that Public Record Act requests have increased in recent years. We're hoping to get an exact number once we get next request in place. We did just a count of what our emails are and have been since 2020. And I'm not saying this is how many requests we've had. I'm saying this is how many emails went back and forth. So it could have been the request, my email out to the department requesting the information. It could be including my response to the requester saying, we've received your request. And then it could be the actual information going back to the requester. But in 2020, we had 584 emails, and this is totaling mine and Nova's. In 2021, it went to 1,211 emails. And so far for 2022, and this is as of today, we've got 314 emails. So it's going up. It's not just us. And because of that, the county council had invited me to attend a training or just kind of a demo on one of their systems. And in addition to that, they're looking into possibly having a discussion or an MOU with the city of Hollister to share the cost of a paralegal position. We may be able to use the American Rescue Plan Act funds, pending current obligation of those funds, of course. So right now I'm just requesting if you are in favor of continued discussions on a possible MOU with the county.
Thank you. Any comments on that? Go ahead, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. More of a comment than questions. One question, please confirm for me that we are not able to charge any significant fee for our time invested in doing public records requests. Is that correct?
We are allowed to charge 10 cents a page. A double-sided page would be 20 cents. However, nobody goes for paper anymore. They all want it electronically. So if we email it, it's nothing. And if we put it on the flash drive, if it's too large to email, because we have only so many megabytes that we can send out at one time. And if it's too large for that, the most I'm able to charge is $10, and that's $6 for the flash drive itself and $4 for postage.
And may I add to that just briefly? That would be 10 cents per page that's actually produced. So if you're searching through 10,000 documents and you're selecting 10 pages to produce, you're making essentially $1 or something. It's not significant what you can charge.
Right. And I guess that was my point. I mean, it's labor intensive and we don't recoup any of our costs for labor. And California is a fairly public state. Having said all of that, hearing what you said, City Clerk, my sense is we don't necessarily have a true number of specific public records requests we receive annually. And if that's correct, then I would ask that we start to track those numbers, because it's hard to put it in proper perspective unless we don't have the true context.
That's what I'm hoping the software system will do.
Right, and so I'm absolutely supportive of moving forward with a system. I would prefer not to enter into an agreement with the county to share expenses and have a part-time paralegal. I would much rather either see that person, and part-time would be fine with me, but as a city of Hollister employee with our 100% control over what that person does, and whether that be under your department, the department of the city clerk, or under the city attorney, I think either of those work well for me, and you guys could wrestle it out as far as I'm concerned. But, you know, there may be a potential to increase the position, and it could grow into a full-time position based on the sheer need. I mean, and it's my understanding as well is that we have 10 days to respond to a request, but we don't have 10 days to provide the information. But if we ignore it, then the city could be subject to significant fines and penalties. Is that correct as well?
Jason?
Yes, if we don't respond timely, then a motion can be filed to compel us to respond, and essentially what would be owed there, if in fact we lost that motion, would be attorney's fees.
Okay, and those can be significant, I believe. So those are my thoughts and comments. In-house would be my preference. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Any other, Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are my sentiments exactly. I think it's a little bit premature not having the data to really justify this partnership or the MOU with the county. Not entirely opposed to it. I just think that what's the reason? What's the actual rationale behind the increase? And I know that this is a regional problem, but we don't know how long this problem is going to be, if it's going to be longer lasting, if it's just because of the pandemic. Like, I think we need a little bit more information before making a long-term commitment, especially with funds that are not meant to sustain such a position. So those are my concerns. I would love to see a little bit more data. I would love to see what the new system is going to do for us. I'd love to continue our conversations with the county. I just think it's a little bit premature for us to enter into an MOU to hire on a position to fulfill that. I'm happy to see that we approved, again, the assistant city manager, and I was hoping that maybe when he comes on, he could potentially help tackle that. And also, I think it's, I love looking at other cities and seeing what they're doing. I think that, technology is changing every day. Everybody might be just a little bit behind, and we could probably look at to see what neighboring cities are doing, or you can get more information about that to do something a little bit more digitized. I think that I think I heard you say that you're working on digitizing our files, but that might be something that could potentially give the public an opportunity to have access to all of those and not put so much of and I don't want to say burden, but it is a burden. It is a burden on our staff, when we have very, very small resources here. And then I'm just wondering, if we're looking at the data, are these repetitive people? Where are they coming from? What departments are being hit? What constituents is it? And then if that's an issue, I think we can address those. But we need more data and more information to be able to make an informed decision, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Morales?
I'd like to also know if there is a relationship between the county and the city, how are the privacy issues going to be addressed? Because they will need access to email systems, files. Some may be confidential. So there's a privacy component there and confidentiality. When you're going through the information, not when you're, providing the information. So I'd like that to be addressed as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would agree with Councilmember Burns and Councilmember Resendez. We need more information. As Councilmember Resendez pointed out, what are the requests really about? Are they departments, or is it these strange times we're going through right now? What is happening, so we're very clear? Is this just a temporary blip, or is this something that maybe we need to help make it more clear to get that information, so the public can just go, as was mentioned here, they can go find that information without having to go through this whole process. I think a lot of it now is might be, I just want to know something, so I don't want to do the work, but here's the request, so go find it for me. So how do we help, in other words, make that easier for the public to get to? But most importantly, the data. The idea of working with the county, we've been doing some great things together this past year. I've been really excited with the county. I just don't know if this is the time for something like this, because how do you really work those hours out at this point? And there are, as mentioned, privacy concerns. So let's find out what's really happening first, and then we can find out how to address it and streamline some of that.
Thank
That'd
you.
be my take on it. Okay. Do we have any speaker cards on this?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're now going to move to H, I, J, and K. There is no business. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We did get out early, Mr. Burns. Good night, everyone.
Recording stopped.
for the